Nope, I did not suspend the rules. I apologize. Mr. Speaker, I've moved to suspend all necessary rules and the unnecessary rules to take up SCR 22.
Members, it's only May 28th. You heard the motion to object, and chair has none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 22 by Hall, authorizing the creation and appointment of joint legislative study committees by the Lieutenant Governor and Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the resolution.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the resolution we pass every session to authorize the Speaker and Lieutenant Governor to appoint joint interim committees. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record of vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, SCR 22 is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Rogers for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, listen up. The Fighting Texas Aggie baseball team is playing for the SEC Tournament Championship right now as we speak against Vanderbilt. They're the first double-digit seed to ever make it to the SEC Tournament Championship, so it's of historical significance. Gig 'em.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and following up my Aggie friend. As the Longhorn in the chamber with the longest seniority, I want to ask Longhorns to join me for recognition. Longhorns that are in the chamber, Longhorns, and all of you who wanted to be a Longhorn, you can join us as well. But Longhorns who are in the chamber, please come up. Bryant, aren't you a Longhorn? You wanted to be one, right? Come here. Longhorns, are we up here? Members, as Longhorns, we know that one of the most moving things that we've ever seen, something called Aggie Muster, where Aggies recognize those who are no longer with them this year who were last year. It's one of the most moving things I've ever seen, and that inspired us at the end of the session, some sessions ago, to recognize and to reflect and to think back of all the Longhorns who are no longer with us today, who were here the last time we met in the last session. So we gather here to remember Longhorns all over the state, all over the country, all over the world who are no longer with us. And we want those Longhorns to know we will never forget them. Members, for all those Longhorns who are no longer with us, the eyes of Texas will always be upon you, and hook 'em horns. Everybody, hook 'em horns. I know what he meant. That's where I'm done with gunfight.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take a minute, as I know all of us should, to recognize our staff. We have so much that we deal with in this chamber, and it is something we could not do if we didn't have staff helping us in the way that they do. I know every one of us appreciate them. I certainly do. As a former staff member myself before I ran for office, I appreciate that position, and I know how much work that you all do. My kudos to all the staff on all the members, in all the members' offices, but I want to especially thank those who work with me this session: Matthew Lopez, Nellie Nugent, Lucky Urias, Christopher Shafiq, and Graciela Villarreal. Thank you all very, very much, not only for working for the people of District 42, but really for all the people in the state of Texas. Thank you, members.
The chair recognizes Mr. Thompson of Brazoria for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as many of you have seen seniors graduate and walk across the stage, we have some young ladies in Pearland who are going beyond graduation, and they're going to be playing in the state softball tournament. We're so proud of the Lady Oilers and the job they've done. We also have our Pearland boys baseball team that's moving to the 5th round. So still a lot of UIL activities going on even after graduation. We're proud of the Lady Oilers and the Oiler baseball team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Rule 13, Section 9F of the House Rules, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2471, suspending the limitation of the conferees for HJR 125. Pursuant to Rule 13, Section 9F of the House Rules, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2472, suspending the limitation of the conferees for SB 28. Pursuant to Rule 13, Section 9F of the House Rules, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2473, suspending the limitation of the conferees for SJR 75. Pursuant to Rule 13, Section 9F of the House Rules, the chair announced the introduction of H.R. 2477, suspending the limitation on the conferees for HB 4635.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Please admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has adopted the following conference committee reports. HB 3297, 20 yeas, 11 nays. HB 12, 19 yeas, 12 nays. HB 17, 19 yeas, 12 nays. HB 29, 20 yeas, 11 nays. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Members, we're getting ready to start on items eligible. If you have an item, please be ready. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 1, HB 4041, HB 33, HB 44, HB 55, HB 108, HB 456, HB 711, HB 718, HB 784, HB 10009, HB 1087, HB 1181, HB 1182, HB 1211, HB 1228, HB 1287, HB 1361, HB 1515, HB 1540, HB 1558, HB 1590, HB 1707, HB 1833, HB 1883, HB 2071, HB 2129, HB 2138, HB 2190, HB 2263, HB 2323, HB 2660, HB 2706, HB 2847, HB 3009, HB 3058, HB 3161, HB 3265, HB 3286, HB 3359, HB 3424, HB 3462, HB 3506, HB 3553, HB 3579, HB 3727, HB 3810, HB 3837, HB 4087, HB 4169, HB 4183, HB 4256, HB 4363, HB 4628, HB 4704, HB 4885, HB 5135, HB 5336, HB 5398, HCR 112, HCR 113, HCR 114, HCR 115, HCR 118, HCR 121, HCR 122, HJR 2.
The chair lays out the following privilege resolutions suspending limitations on conferees for SB 1893. The clerk will read the resolution.
HR 2422 by Anderson, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 1893.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The HR 2422 basically has some substitute language to kind of help clarify, such as by striking executive order and substituting by proclamation and inserting Court of Appeals into the language there. So I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 2 nays, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call up conference committee report on Senate Bill 1893.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 1893 and recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, the report changes some language actually in the Senate, which actually makes it a stronger bill, and I move adoption.
Dr. Anderson moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 1893. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Anderson voting aye. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 2 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1445.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 1445 and recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a T-Cole sunset bill. Finally, we agree with Senate amendments. I move to concur.
Mr. Goldman moves the House adopt.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Goldman moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 1445. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 1 nay, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3297.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 3297 and recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We removed the language that created a non-germane amendment in the Senate to make it germane. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Harris of Anderson moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 3297. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes and 32 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we have 2 other Conference Committee reports on sunset bills that are not eligible until later this evening. HB 1500, the PUC sunset, and SB 1727, TJJD sunset. If there is no objection, the chair plans to bring these up at 3 p.m. today. Ms. Doorkeeper?
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Please admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate.
What does that say?
Chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3059.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 3059 and recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the report.
Conference Committee report for House Bill 3059 resolves a couple of disagreements between the House and Senate versions. We removed one of their amendments and modified another to apply limitations relating to mitigation on the use of revenue from export fees when they're increased beyond a certain level. I'll move adoption.
Mr. King of Uvalde moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 3059. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Uvalde voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 25 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution, suspending limitations on the conferees for HB 4. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2431 by Capriglione, suspending limitations on Conference Committee jurisdiction, HB 4.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 4. Okay. Mr. Speaker, members, the Conference Committee on House Bill 4 went outside the bounds to make 3 necessary changes. First, it removed duplicative language. Second, it clarified the authorized agent reciprocity guidelines. And finally, it moved it back the effective date to July 1st. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage of H.R. 2431. I move adoption of the resolution.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, the motion is adopted. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 4.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 4 and recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the report.
Explain it. I'm going to go. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've been working to pass a comprehensive data privacy law for the last 6 years. I'm proud to say that the Conference Committee report for House Bill 4 does not just represent a strong data privacy law, but the strongest data privacy law in the nation. I'd like to thank my staff, Senator Hughes and his staff, for all their work on House Bill 4 and for strengthening the bill through the Senate and Conference Committee. I look forward to working with each and every one of you next session to make this bill even stronger. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you for making the security and privacy of Texans' data a priority and sending a message to the nation that Texas is and will continue to be a leader in responsible tech policy. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 4.
Mr. Capriglione moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 4. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 0 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the Conference Committee report for House Bill 2026.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 2026 and recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the report.
Members, the Conference Committee report before you removes ambiguous language the Senate put in and allows Texas high school students who attend vet school out of the state to be eligible for the program. I move adoption of the Conference Committee report for House Bill 2026.
Mr. Darby moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2026. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 26 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 29.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 29 and recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee just simply removed the amendments added in the House. The bill is still strong as is, and move adoption. Move passage.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
Chair Lozano, I just want to make sure I have an understanding of what you're doing with this. So in the Conference Committee report, you removed, was it an exemption for public hospitals and assisted living facilities?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the justification for that?
It's just the Senate wouldn't agree to the language, and we wanted to get something passed rather than nothing. Yes,
And
ma'am.
why were the hospitals and assisted living facilities included in the first place?
The assisted living facilities were added in the House as an amendment
I know. Do you know why?
because it's a compromised population.
It's about the population?
It's a compromised population?
Compromised
Yes, ma'am.
population. Okay. And so because of the compromised population, they wanted to make sure that they were able to have vaccines to slow the spread of any type of
Yes, ma'am.
COVID-19, correct?
Yes.
And now this bill, the way it's presented, has removed those protections because
The
you
bill-
can't mandate it.
The bill as presented initially didn't have it. Assisted living facilities were added in the House. The Conference Committee, the Senate side, did not want to concur with those amendments, so they were removed.
So public hospitals, so neither public hospitals or assisted living facilities will have the protections because they were removed in the conference. They
Those
won't
were-
be able to have a COVID-19.
If I remember correctly, those were two separate amendments, and both of those amendments were not concurred by the Senate. So they were...
And they've been removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Collier, for
I
what
move to
purpose?
have the comments between myself and Mr. Lozano reduced to writing and placed into the journal.
For the motion, is there any objection? Chair is none.
Move passage.
Mr. Lozano moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 29. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye. All members voted. There being 90 ayes and 53 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, the next item is HB 4227. The author has informed the chair he does not plan to call up the Conference Committee report. Instead, the chair will recognize Mr. Goldman for a motion to discharge and concur. Chair recognizes Representative Goldman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to discharge the conferees and concur in Senate amendments to HB 4227.
Representative Goldman moves to discharge.
Members, the Senate amendments merely change the population bracket from 900,000 to 950,000. I move adoption.
Representative Goldman moves to discharge the House conferees on HB 4227 and concur with Senate amendments. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes and 44 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments to HB 4227. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2559.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 2559 and recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the report.
The Senate made a few changes that were acceptable to the House, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Vasut moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 2559. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 6 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution, suspending limitations on the conferees for SB 10. The clerk will read the resolution.
HR 2433 by Bonin, suspending limitations on Conference Committee jurisdiction SB 10.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 10 is the TRS pension legislation. We have an outside the bounds resolution. This is to allow us to take action on what has been agreed to between the House and the Senate, changing the dates that an annuitant must be living on the effective date of the adjustment, and then also making changes with respect to the supplemental payment. I move adoption of the outside of the bounds resolution.
The question occurs in the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 10.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 10 and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Senate Bill 10, we provide, in combination with HCR 2 that we passed yesterday, a $7,500 supplemental payment for our retirees 75 and above, and a $2,400 supplemental payment for retirees 70 to 74. That is a change from what had passed out of the House. We had a supplemental payment, but it was structured differently. And then similarly, we provide for 2%, 4%, and 6% cost of living adjustments based on the number of years they've been retired. So 2% would be 3 to 9 years, 4% 10 to 21 years, and 6% 22 years or more. And I move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Dr. Bonham moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 10. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonham voting aye. Show the Speaker voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Dr. Anderson voting aye. There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on HB 3104.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 3104 and recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conference Committee report on House Bill 3104 simply modernizes an existing program established in 2015 for large data centers in the state of Texas, allowing new design standards to enhance cybersecurity and resiliency. This bill will encourage billions of dollars in economic development and resilient data centers in the state of Texas with a zero state fiscal note. The bill received unanimous support in the House Ways and Means Committee and strong support from the full House. The Senate added language prohibiting data centers from using mining and staking of virtual currency. However, the Conference Committee report narrows that language. Virtual currency operations in Texas would still be permitted to access any of the existing data centers incentive programs that may qualify that they qualify for. I know that virtual currency operations are important to members and that particularly in rural communities, and that this is an added tool to help manage our electric grid. Any data center incentives that cryptocurrency companies can access today will still be able to access in the future. HB 3401 will unleash economic development in Texas, and I move passage.
Dr. Anderson moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 3104. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 21 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on SB 17.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 17 and recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To walk through some of the changes. First, the Conference Committee report moves higher education statement for the purpose there were concerns of germaneness. Second, it removes several references to sex in the definition of a DEI office and DEI training. This change is made because there may be certain circumstances where policies and programs should be crafted in reference to sex, such as ensuring fairness in intercollegiate athletics and policies surrounding pregnancy. However, the bill continues to prohibit employment discrimination based on sex as required by state and federal law. Third, the Conference Committee report adopted the Senate language on the exception to ensure the programs that enhance student academic achievement may continue. The language is more comprehensive and better matches the intent of the bill. Fourth, the Conference Committee report further clarifies the definition of DEI training to better ensure the prohibition on required DEI training is effective. Fifth, the report retains the study to be conducted by the coordinating board as added by amendment on the House floor. The study is now a biennial study rather than an annual study to reduce the burden on the coordinating board and to allow data to amass. The report also replaces recruitment rate with application rate to align with the coordinating board's terms. The final change to the study is removing disaggregation of sexual orientation and gender identity. The Higher Education Coordinating Board and our institutions of higher education do not collect that data, so it wouldn't be appropriate. And lastly, the conference committee report makes changes to the provision which required institutions of higher education to make a reasonable effort to place all employees at positions at an institution with similar pay. This provision now authorizes institutions of higher education to provide a letter of recommendation to affected employees so long as they are in good standing with the institution.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for question?
Will the gentleman yield
Yes.
for question? Gentleman yields.
Okay, so I just want to go back over the last two parts that you mentioned. So the study that was was added in the House, it included the same characteristics that were mentioned in the bill, one being sexual orientation, but that's been removed in the Senate amendment, in the conference committee, I guess?
Yes.
So they're not going to study how this impacts the same characteristics that were originally
Correct.
that are
and
part
that
of
was,
the bill,
right, and that
that
was
are prohibited.
Sexual orientation, gender identity is just something that the higher ed coordinating board doesn't collect anyway. So
So they don't collect that data?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And so then the next part deals with the staff reassignments.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a provision added in the House version that said that the existing staff, if their position is eliminated or their department is eliminated, they would be reassigned. And so now that has been pretty much gutted, because what the bill does now is says that they may provide a letter. It doesn't even say that they have to keep them.
That's correct.
So right now, so these 62 individuals.
Ms. Collier,
at UT
visiting with some of the institutions, do have confidence that these employees will be accommodated, but for the sake of working with the Senate, that's the language we came to, is to provide that letter of recommendation.
So even after, that's what I wanted to clarify with you then, even after this was removed and gutted, the safety net or just some provisions in there that would ensure that they could maintain their jobs. I understand it was like 62 at UT here in Austin. Even after that provision was removed, it's still your understanding that those individuals would be reassigned or other employment would be found for them?
When in discussions, I have confidence that those employees will be accommodated if they wish to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Carter, for what purpose?
I move to have the comments on SB 17, the conference report, reduced to writing and placed into the journal.
I've heard the motion. Any objection? Chair hears none. So moved.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds in opposition to the conference committee report on SB 17.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have the utmost respect for my good colleague, Chairman Kemple, and I'm not going to regurgitate and recite the many hours of arguments, persuasive arguments from members against this bill. We heard overwhelmingly from students across this state. And as we reflect on May as a month of graduations, there are many students of color across this state that will be impacted in the future if we pass this legislation. I want to thank the members that spoke out, that spoke truth to power, that eloquently, you heard from Dr. Alma Allen and many other members from the Texas Legislative Black Caucus and from the Mexican American Legislative Caucus and from other members about the detrimental impact that this bill will have on students of color, the most diverse state in the country. Again, our diversity is our strength. There's only one state in the United States of America that have passed legislation like this, and that is the state of Florida. If we pass this bill, Texas will become only the second state that is on the wrong side of history. And I want to make it plain for what this bill will do by talking and reciting a recent travel advisory from the National NAACP, the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization. They issued this release on May the 20th, 2023, that says today, the NAACP Board of Directors issued a formal travel advisory for the state of Florida. The travel advisory comes in direct response to Governor Ron DeSantis' aggressive attempts to erase Black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools. The formal travel notice states Florida is openly hostile towards African Americans, people of color, and LGBTQ+ individuals. Before traveling to Florida, please understand that the state of Florida devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. Let me be clear, failing to teach an accurate representation of the horrors and inequalities that Black Americans have faced and continue to face is a disservice to students and a dereliction of duty to all, said NAACP President and CEO Derek Johnson. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, the state of Florida has become hostile to African Americans and in direct conflict with the democratic ideals that our union was founded upon. He should know that democracy will prevail because its defenders are prepared to stand up and fight. We're not backing down, and we encourage all our allies to join us in this battle for the soul of our nation. The travel advisory was initially proposed by the Board of Directors by NAACP's Florida State Conference. Collective consideration of this advisory is a result from the unrelenting attacks on fundamental freedoms from governor and his legislative body. Once again, hate-inspired state leaders have chosen to put politics over people. Governor Ron DeSantis and the state of Florida have engaged in a blatant war against principles of diversity and inclusion and rejected our shared identities to appeal to a dangerous extremist minority. So, members, this is what I fear Texas will be the next state. If we pass this bill, which we made some amendments in the House that made a bad bill a little less bad. And many of those, as was just recounted by Chairman Kemple, have been stripped out. I don't want to see Texas go down the road of Florida. I don't want to see Texas go down the road where the NAACP issues a travel advisory regarding Texas. Texas is the home of more African Americans than any other state in the country. Again, our diversity is our strength. And I implore you to appeal to your social consciousness, to be on the right side of history and reject this same legislation or similar legislation that was passed in Florida that led to this travel advisory from the national NAACP. We want to welcome people to visit our state. We want people to continue to come and visit and spend money for tourism. We want to continue to attract the best and the brightest to our universities. We want to continue to attract people that makes Texas the fastest growing state in the country. Based on the 2020 census, 95% of the growth over the last decade was because of our diversity. African Americans, Asians, Hispanics, that was 95% of the growth. This bill will send us in the wrong direction. So I close and ask you, please, members, don't be on the wrong side of history. Don't let Texas be the next state to get a travel advisory. Don't let the politics of extremism get in the way of the progress that we've made over the years, because many people of good conscience, not just African Americans, but Hispanics, Asians, all working together collaboratively to make Texas a better place, to address the Jim Crow legislation of the past, and diversity, equity, and inclusion programs have helped to propel this state forward. And
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Thank you, members.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields.
So, Representative Reynolds, we heard the information about the DEI study. So we're glad that the study stays in there, but having that study will help us understand the impact that by removing these programs, the DEI programs, can have on our universities and community colleges. So ever since this bill has come up, have you also heard from community colleges and universities and those that actually apply for grants that this bill does not provide them cover to be able to apply for these grants and that they could likely lose these grants? Have you heard that?
Absolutely, Representative Collier. I've heard from a considerable amount of people from colleges and universities. Many of them fear retaliation, so they didn't want to speak openly and on the record, but they called my office, as they have many other people's offices, that this bill will chill those programs. Many of the programs that have benefited from federal funding are at jeopardy with this legislation, and they're concerned about the adverse impact it's going to have on their college campuses for recruitment of students and retention of faculty and staff. That they've already seen an exodus of staff. Just last week, I heard someone say that they had rejection letters because of Senate Bill 17 and Senate Bill 18, that people were saying they were going to go elsewhere. I'm concerned that this is going to have a slippery slope, and it's going to have a exponential detrimental impact on those universities that have welcomed students of color, that have welcomed LGBTQ plus students, that this bill is going to adversely impact those universities. But yes, I've heard from a number of people, and they have addressed those concerns.
And you know, when I was, we were having a discussion about this bill when we debated it, one thing that was not emphasized as much was the impact it will have on community colleges.
That's correct.
Because they too apply for grants, and so they are in jeopardy as well. And so by eliminating this opportunity, and I know that what the bill is saying is that they're just taking away the name, it's still the same, but still, it's going to have a detrimental impact. $1 billion+ could be lost by the state of Texas in funding as well as quality faculty. And so that's
Absolutely.
a concern that we also have.
You just articulated it very well. Also, it's going to impact over 1.5 million students. So yeah, this bill is a solution in search of a problem. Prior to this legislation, I don't know about you, but I never heard from one university or college or community college saying, you know what, we really need to end diversity, equity, and inclusion, because that's a real problem in this state. I don't know any member. I challenge any member to show me. I've never heard a study during the interim that there's a problem that needs to be addressed. So this came out of nowhere in February during Black History Month by Governor Abbott. And quite frankly, I think it's just nothing but partisan politics.
And what also is alarming is that there is not much diversity when you look at the athletic programs. They're very one-sided.
Absolutely.
And so they do not have diversity within those programs, and yet they're eliminating the DEI department.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
that is, I'm glad that you're having this conversation on the record so people can think before they vote. Let's not just push buttons here. Let's look at how this is going to impact day-to-day operations at colleges and universities. How is this going to impact the student and faculty and staff? And I think that this is going to send us backwards.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Members, I ask that you vote no.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 17 under Rule 6, Section 16, on the grounds that SB 17 is not eligible for consideration at this time.
Bring your point of order down front. Point of order has been withdrawn. Please excuse Mr. Frazier because of important business on a motion by Mr. Bryant. Chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to close on the Conference Committee report in SB 17.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Mr. Kemple moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 17. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Show Mr. Burrows voting aye. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Show Dr. Rogers voting aye. Show Ms. Theory voting nay. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 82 ayes and 61 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Ms. Plesha, for what purpose?
May I ask to have all the remarks on Senate Bill 17 reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
For the motion, is there any objection? Chair hears none. Members, the chair announced previously that we'll take up a couple of sunset bills. We're going back to calendar 2, page 1, to take up HB 1500. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1500.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 1500 and recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the House Bill 1500 is the sunset bill for PUC, ERCOT, and OPUC. This bill continues the Public Utility Commission of Texas, the Office of Public Utility Counsel, for 6 years and ensures only the agencies, not their statutes, are subject to abolishment. ERCOT would also be reviewed at that time. The conferees agreed to remove 3 of the amendments that the Senate added. Specifically, the Conference Committee report does not include provisions similar to Senate Bill 624 and provisions related to distributed energy resources or demand response programs. The conferees accepted the Senate's other amendments and negotiated and made a number of changes to address industry and member concerns. This bill retains the $1 billion annual PCM cost cap, includes a firming requirement, and requires the PUC to direct TDUs to perform a circuit segmentation study. It makes several other changes on timelines, and I would like to thank all of the members for their support in getting these important improvements finalized, as well as the stakeholders, our Sunset Agency staff, Chairman Hunter, our Speaker, our staff members, Bob Paulson, Jenny Holloway, Corey Curtis, and Angie Flores, as well as members of Dr. Schwertner's and Dr. Schwertner's office. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Holland moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 1500. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Holland voting aye. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, the Conference Committee report is adopted.
Go get them.
Members, we are still on calendar 2, page 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, I move to call up the Conference Committee report on SB 1727.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 1727 and recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1727 is a sunset bill for the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. The Conference Committee report differs from the House-passed version of the bill by continuing TJJD for 4 years instead of 6, which gives us greater oversight, reducing the board size to 9 members instead of 11, and clarifying when TJJD may grant stakeholders access to the juvenile justice information, codifying TJJD's current practices regarding transfers to TDCJ. Members, passage of this bill is absolutely necessary to continue TJJD's operations. As we've discussed throughout session, TJJD has been stuck in a decade-long cycle of instability, but this body is taking action to pull TJJD out of that cycle and improve outcomes for our youth, our state employees, our county and partners. In the budget, we're finally providing TJJD with the resources it needs to live up to the public safety and rehabilitative mission. And at this point,
Move adoption.
Speaker. Dean, credit for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker.
Dean, credit for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Canales, we put an amendment on this bill over here in the House that said that when a youth gets arrested and the court sentence him to whatever it is, that the juvenile justice has got to either pick that person up and take it out of the county, or within 45 days. Is that right? You accepted that amendment?
that was the amendment that I accepted from you, Dean Craddock, yes.
That's correct. And now you've taken that out. So now we're back, or the conference committee has taken that out. So we've left everybody in this House's county jails where they're going to have to keep these young people in their jails, and there's no time limit. Instead of the 45 days that they have to be picked up and taken to the juvenile justice facility, which is what they should be doing, and not where the counties aren't having to pay for this cost. It also leaves that the county, even though we put additional dollars, you did, I believe, additional dollars in juvenile justice budget, it leaves the dollars in there, and it leaves the counties having to spend that money and keep that prisoner, per se. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I don't disagree with you, Dean Craddock. That was an incredibly important amendment that you added, that I agreed to add, and I fought very hard in conference. The reality is we're going to get to come back and review the agency within 4 years, but I agree that your amendment was right. I agree that it was the right thing to do. I was disappointed we couldn't keep it, but we've highly negotiated the bill that's before the body, and I pledge to you to work with you to solve the problem that you're trying to solve, because what you were trying to do, Dean Craddock, is the right thing, and it's what we should be doing, and it's a shame that we haven't done it. TJJD's been in a cycle, a destructive cycle, and it's been an agency in crisis, and this bill gives us it improves much on the agency and takes us many strides forward, but there's many things lacking, and there's many more improvements that we can do as a state and this body and the body next door to improve. Unfortunately, we're down to the wire, as you're aware, and this was, as I said, highly negotiated, and unfortunately I was not able to keep your amendment in, but I can tell you that I highly believe in your amendment. I highly believe that it was the right thing to do, and I look forward to working with you in the future to getting that done, because it's what this body should be doing.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Canales. So if this body does not want to give them additional money and leave it on their counties to pay for it and their counties to house those young people, then what they could do is vote this bill down, and since we're going to have a special session, we could redo it. Is that correct?
This body could absolutely vote this bill down. That's what we're here to do. We vote bills up and we vote them down. I would encourage this body to vote for this bill, albeit we did not include the Craddock amendment. It is a great amendment. It should have been included in this bill, and I believe that Dean Craddock is right in adding that amendment. I fought to keep it, but I don't think that voting this bill down is the solution. I think that coming back and working harder, TJJD's been in crisis since I've been in office, and probably before that, which is coming up on 12 years. This bill makes great strides to improve the lives of the Juvenile Justice Department and those within it, including the staff members and the communities that surround it. And so I would encourage the members of this body to vote for this bill and adopt the conference committee report. And like I said, Dean, I do believe that what you were doing was the right thing to do. I do believe it's what we should be doing, but we just didn't get there this session, and I apologize for not being able to hold strong on that. It was just, I've got a counterpart on the other side of this body that would have killed this bill, and I don't think that killing this bill is what we should be doing.
Well, I disagree with you, Mr. Canales, because if we come back in a special session, the governor's going to control what we put in, and if we pass this bill, this won't be in it.
Well, I disagree with you,
Mr.
Dean
Speaker,
Craddock.
I'd like
I think
to
that the
speak
governor
against
could
the
definitely
bill.
put it on the call if he wants to fix any part of TJJD. He can put it on the call. We can pass a specific bill for this measure, and so I do encourage you. This is a very important bill for the youth of our for the youth of our for the future of youth Texans that are in this system, and for the future of the agency. And I would ask that we move to adopt the conference committee report.
Chair recognizes Dean Craddock to speak against the conference committee report on SB 1727.
Mr. Speaker, members, I appreciate what Mr. Canales has done on this bill, and I appreciate him accepting the amendment. But let me just tell you right now, think about how many of your sheriffs and county judges and that have asked you to get rid of the overflow in the prisons problem they've got in your counties. This is not going to help it. And the only way we're going to help it is what we pass a bill unanimously in this House doing it, and then we put it on the sunset bill, and I appreciate him doing that. But the only way we're going to get a shot at getting it fixed and getting the counties off the hook. And why should we give money to the Juvenile Justice Board when they're not going to use it for what we use? We asked them to. Let's kill this bill. And ask that the governor put it in the call. He can do that, and it's a sunset bill, and he'll do that. I ask you to think about what your counties need, what the young people that are being left in these counties, and the time they're sitting in those county jails is not even being taken off the time they're required to serve. It's not right, and it needs to be fixed now, not 2 years from now.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to close.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you for your attention. Thank you to Dean Craddock for coming with me to the amendment. Unfortunately, Dean Craddock gave me the amendment the day before the bill was up. I included the amendment because I thought it was a good amendment, but it wasn't something that was brought before sunset. It wasn't something that was discussed. It wasn't something that was part of the process. It was adopted by me, largely undiscussed by this body, because I believed it was good policy. The reality is we went to conference, and it was something that was not acceptable across the hall. To vote this bill down would be a great injustice not only to the agencies but the children that it serves. And I do believe that we can come back, and Dean Craddock's solution that we should vote the entire bill down so that the governor could put it on the call is not necessarily logical. The reality is the governor could put this on the call and we could add Dean Craddock's amendment, but for now the agency needs to continue. This bill needs to pass, and I appreciate Dean Craddock's work, but the work of Sunset and TJJD and all the hard work of my staff, the staff across the hall, I would ask you to support and adopt the conference committee report.
Mr. Canales moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 1727. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Show Mr. Holland voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes and 31 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Please admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has discharged its conferees and concurred in the House amendments to the following measures. SJR 93, 27-4. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Is Mr. Moody on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'd like you to look over here to your left. My wife, 12 years of wonderful marriage to Bethany, 2 wonderful children in my seat. I love you. Thank you for allowing me to do this.
Members, we are back on calendar 1, page 2. The items that are eligible at 3:40 p.m. The chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 30.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 30 and recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that closes the dead suspects loophole. In conference, we changed an and to an or, which is going to make the closure of that loophole a little more complete, and I move adoption.
Mr. Moody moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 30. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 15 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mrs. Rose, the beautiful Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up Conference Committee report on House Bill 12.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 12 and recognizes the beautiful Mrs. Rose to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 12. The Senate amendment was modified to a section of, moved to a different section for legislative purpose, and this language was carefully crafted to ensure HHSC their ability to submit an approval of the state plan amendments to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Studies. But before I move adoption, I have to thank my joint authors, Representative Thompson, who has been working on this issue for many years, Representative Howard, Representative Wiley, as well as Representative Theory, who's also been working on maternal health. I would like to thank Senator Colcourse, who took it over the finish line over in the Senate, and also all of the advocacy groups. I cannot name all of the advocacy groups, but there were so many advocacy groups. But I have to thank Speaker Phelan, because none of this would have happened without his solid commitment to improving health outcomes for all Texas women. And we're grateful that he made House Bill 12 a priority of the Texas House. And members, with that, I wish you need to give him
Mr. Tenderholt, for what purpose?
One second.
Not at this time.
But members, we have to thank Speaker Phelan for helping us get this over the finish line. If you all would please indulge me in giving him a round of applause, members, please. Don't everybody clap at once.
Mr. Tenderholt, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for a question?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I yield.
She yields.
Thank you, ma'am. Is it true that the Senate also removed an amendment that limited abortion on this bill? Did they remove a section about abortion?
As I stated in my comments, it was moved to a different part of the bill for a legislative purpose.
So when you say move to another section, is it still effective the same way it was when it went over to the Senate?
Mr. Tenderholt, abortions are illegal in the state of Texas.
Correct, but on the amendment, I understand that it was moved. Does the bill still do the same exact thing that it did before that was moved?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Move adoption, Mr.
Ms.
Speaker.
Rose moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 12. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Show Ms. Tenderholt voting nay. Show Mr. Price voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 9 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, member, I call up the Conference Committee report on HB 3440.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 3440 and recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, when this bill came back from the Senate, they kind of loaded it up. We peeled it all back, and basically what it does, it requires cities, counties, and school districts and other entities basically to only post their agenda online, and I move adoption.
Mr. Canales moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 3440. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Dean Craddock.
Speaker, members, I move to call up Conference Committee report on House Bill 915.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 915 and recognizes Dean Craddock to explain the report.
All this did was we put this back to the hotline to DPS. The Senate moved it, and we moved it right back the way it was when it passed the House. I move adoption.
Dean Craddock moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 915. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dean Craddock voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes and 18 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. The remaining items are not yet eligible. The chair will ask if there is any objection before taking up each item. Members, SB 1933 is eligible at 4 p.m. Is there any objection to taking it up at this time? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 1933.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SB 1933 and recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Conference Committee report for 1933 just contains 2 linguistic changes, and I move passage.
Mr. Smith moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 1933. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Smith voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 58 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Okay.
Members, House Bill 17 is not eligible until 4:10. Is there any objection to taking up at this time? The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for House Bill 17. The clerk will read the resolution.
HR 2440 by Cook, suspending limitations on Conference Committee jurisdiction, HB 17.
The chair recognizes Representative Cook to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to House Resolution 2440, the Conference Committee report on House Bill 17 went outside the bounds to make 2 necessary changes. First one is adding to the definition of official misconduct. This was necessary to ensure that a prosecuting attorney may not avoid committing official misconduct by instructing law enforcement to refuse to arrest individuals whom the attorney prohibited from refusing to prosecute. And secondly, it adds a defense to prosecution for conduct described in section 87.0113C if the prosecuting attorney takes immediate action upon discovery of such. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 87 ayes and 51 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Cook.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on HB 17.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 17 and recognizes Representative Cook to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, with regard to HB 17, we made just a couple changes that were required in the Senate, mainly with regard to the 4 exceptions to a prosecutor's role with regard to official misconduct. We deleted item 4, which is one of the allowable exceptions. Also, we permitted an attorney who is employed or otherwise under the direction or control of the prosecuting attorney to be included in the official misconduct definition. Also provided for the defense in certain cases. I move passage.
Representative Cook moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 17. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 83 ayes and 58 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, HJR 3 is eligible at 4:30 p.m. Is there objection to taking it up at this time? There is objection. Members, House Bill 621 is eligible at 4:40. Is there objection to taking up at this time? The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on HB 621.
The chair lays out Conference Committee report on HB 621 and recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, members, the Conference Committee basically helps with the current teacher shortage by expanding the temporary one-time issuance of educator certification to teach career and technology education to first responders as well as veterans, and it gives our school districts more flexibility to place those educators where they see fit. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the
Dr. Buckley moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 621. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 113 ayes and 25 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Okay. Members, House Bill 1595 is eligible at 4:50 p.m. Is there objection to taking up at this time? Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1595.
Chair lays out Conference Committee report on House Bill 1595 and recognizes Dr. Bonner to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conference Committee report for House Bill 1595 returns provisions of the bill to what was passed out of this House. The Senate removed the inflation adjustment as it pertains to eligibility for additional schools to enter the fund, and I move adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1595.
Dr. Bonner moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1595. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Dr. Bonner voting aye. Have all voted? 128 ayes and 12 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, House Bill 3372 is eligible at 5 p.m. Is there objection taken up at this time? Chair recognizes Representative Timish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 3372 on the committee report.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 3372 and recognizes Representative Timish to explain the report.
Thank you so much. I am really excited about this change because on the campaign finance reports, it says the processing fee for political contribution that are in excess of the political contribution amount report will not have to be reported, just the full amount that the candidate or office holder accepts. Thank you.
Representative Timish moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 3372. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Representative Timish voting aye. Have all voted? Being 141 ayes and 2 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, the next bill, House Bill 3447, is eligible at 6:10 p.m. Is there objection taken up at this time? Chair recognizes. Members, the chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for House Bill 3447. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2432 by Bonin, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, H.B. 3447.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference committee report for House Bill 3447 implements several best practices that are borrowed from CPRIT, the Cancer Prevention and Research Institute of Texas. In addition, it establishes the Space Commission and Consortium in a new chapter of the Government Code, which will allow it to better align with their objectives. We were required to go outside of the bounds to implement these improvements, but the underlying structure and functions of the entities created by the bill remain unchanged, and I move adoption of the out-of-bounds resolution.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 132 ayes and 6 nays, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report on House Bill 3447.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 3447 and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3447 is the legislation we just discussed, and I move to concur with the conference committee report.
Dr. Bonham moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 3447. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 125 ayes and 11 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, House Bill 4635 is eligible at 6:10 p.m. Is there objection taken up at this time? The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for House Bill 4635. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2477 by Guillen, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, H.B. 4635.
The chair recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this conference committee required an outside the bounds resolution to add language to clarify applicability of this new RICO statute based upon input from financial industry stakeholders. And I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Guillen voting aye. Have all voted? Being 112 ayes and 28 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 4635.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 4635 and recognize Representative Guillen to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as I mentioned before, this bill would establish a state RICO statute, giving our law enforcement more tools to tackle organized crime, including transnational gangs. I move adoption of the changes made in the Conference Committee
Representative
report.
Guillen moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 4635. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Representative Guillen voting aye, Representative Burrows voting aye. Have all voted? There being 106 ayes and 35 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Burrows.
All right.
Oh, sorry, members. House Bill 3 is eligible at 6:40 p.m. Is there objection taken up at this time? Now the chair recognizes Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3 and recognizes Representative Burrows to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is the best product that I think we've had thus far. I really appreciate my joint authors and the Senate working together to make something that we can be very proud of. It does restore an armed guard provision into the bill. It does provide some of the mental health training that Representative King worked very hard on. Very proud of that. It restores and retains an amendment offered by Representative Moody to make sure that if somebody is there that is not a licensed police officer, they cannot perform police powers. We do have funding that represents a 330% increase to the school safety allotment, and it ties into the $1.1 billion in SB 30.
Representative Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
The gentleman will yield.
So on page 10, section 10, it states that the board must ensure that at least one armed security officer is present during the regular school hours at each district campus. Would this requirement need to be implemented by the 2023-2024 school year?
Yes, I mean, on the effective date, they'll need to go in there. One thing that the Senate did provide, and I think you'll be happy to know this, is some of the provisions that actually deal with what the TEA can do as far as penalizing a school that does not do this are not there with respect to everything else. So, for instance, imposing a conservatorship or other things that the TEA has ability to do, if they don't meet this requirement, that penalty is no longer there if they fail to meet this.
So I thought that there was still an option for a conservatorship.
But not for this particular provision. For everything else there is, but not for this particular provision.
So that would be if, the school doesn't have the right safety features? But
yes.
Okay.
So if it doesn't meet any of the other standards, there's still the opportunity for TEA to step in, impose things. Talking to the Senate and the Senate author on there wanted to make sure TEA could not impose a conservatorship for the armed guard requirement, and so we did not connect those two in there.
Okay, so the bill says that the school must develop an alternative standard if they claim a good cause exception. Who decides if the district has met that standard? Is that TEA?
It's going to be the agency, TEA.
Under the alternative standard, it says that the school district may provide a person to act as a security officer who is a school marshal or a school district employee, or with whom the district contracts who has completed school safety training. Can you define the training for us?
So I don't know if that's actually in there, but this is very similar to House Bill 3 as it actually came in and went over. What we basically did is we preferred that it be somebody who has the school district peace officer, school resource officer, commission peace officer is the priority. However, if that does not work because of the funding or availability, they can go into one of these other options. Those other options were available in House Bill 3.
Okay, on page 11, line 24, the bill states that someone can carry a handgun on school premises in accordance with written authorization of the district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So under this section, if a district can't afford an officer we described above, who can they authorize to get the 15 to 20 hour training and carry a handgun on campus?
So it's either the school, they can go through the school marshal program or the school district employee that actually meets these criteria, the same as House Bill 3 provided when we had this bill on the floor and the same under current law.
Could it be a 19-year-old who's just graduated?
This is the same law that's in place regardless of this bill. This does not expand the class of people that could actually be eligible on this.
My same question, can it be a 19-year-old?
I'm not advised in this bill which one the requirements are. It's defined under the penal code. I don't have that in front of me.
All right. And then you said that, so the bill that came back in the House, we had amended it to say that rather than conservatorship, it could be a monitor, but the Senate changed it back to conservatorship.
That is correct, which is a very high bar for them to get to.
So if the need for a conservator is triggered in the school district under this bill, who pays for the conservator?
It's going to be I believe it's the TEA, but I'm not advised. I've not worked in that policy area, so I don't want to mislead you or the body. I'm not aware exactly who pays for the conservator.
So I know in another instance it's been the school district. Who assigns the conservator?
I assume it's the Commissioner of Education, but again, I'm not advised on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hannah, also for what
Will
purpose?
the gentleman yield for
Will the gentleman
questions?
yield for
Yes,
questions?
of course.
The gentleman will yield.
Thank you, Representative Burrows. I'd like to ask you about the money part of this bill. When we sent it out of here, there was an excellent amendment by Representative Moody that would have increased the basic allotment.
School safety allotment, yeah.
I'm sorry, the safety allotment by $90.28. It comes back here. The Senate cut out the $90 and just kept the 28-cent increase. Can you speak to why the drastic cut in the per student funding for safety allotment?
So I look at it a little bit differently, and I think we had this conversation yesterday. The school safety allotment, I believe, was started in 2019. We are now currently more than tripling the amount of money that's going into the school safety allotment, which I assume will be in perpetuity. I can't imagine any future legislatures ever wanting to reduce the school safety allotment. So whereas before we had $100 million of hard money going into the school safety allotment, under this bill we actually expanded it to $330 million going to the school safety allotment. What we had preferred and wanted to do in the House as it left here was take the entire $1.4 billion of new money that's going into school safety and put it all into the school safety allotment. I think there was some concern about not having a little more oversight and having one-time grant money. So $1.1 billion of that 1.4 is actually going to be held for one-time grant money to try to get the facilities where they need to be.
My concern with that is that the TEA on Friday adopted new rules for safety and security in schools where they had previously estimated it would cost school districts $2.1 billion. And so those are costs that my guess that the districts are going to have to fund, if not be subject to potentially a conservator if they're not able to meet that. And if the TEA has sole discretion about the vast majority of that money we're putting into school safety, school districts could be left out to not have the money they need to cover these expenses.
So there's also, I'd point out, another $400 million that was actually approved through budget execution coming into this session. I think many of that's still available. So if you look at the $1.5 billion of money that's actually going to be available to improve school districts, that is very close, plus the other $330 million here. So I'm not aware of the 2.1 number, but I add all that up, I've got $1.83 billion of new money that's actually available to actually improve our schools and do school safety.
But dependent now on the TEA commissioner, a bureaucrat in Austin, as opposed to giving the local control to our school district to decide what's needed for their school.
Well, I think that's a very different way I would look at it, because obviously what we saw is there was a lot of different school districts that were checking boxes saying that they, were doing what was right and necessary for school safety. And we did find out in certain instances they were not doing that. There has to be some oversight and accountability. It is really important to have oversight and accountability. And obviously at the core of House Bill 3 is to make sure we have somebody looking over there to make sure it's done. So very proud of those.
Representative Reynolds, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, of course.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a few questions as well. What
Do you know what the fiscal note is for this legislation?
So there's a fiscal note that came with it. It's got the $330 million that goes in the school safety allotment. It does not reflect the $1.1 billion, which actually is tied in here as far as the allocations and grants. But I mean, I think what the conversation Representative Hinojosa and I just had really kind of reflects the $1.4 billion going into this budget cycle. And then obviously the budget we almost all voted for yesterday, approved, would reflect all the monies we've just talked about that's going into school safety this session.
So as a follow-up to that, has this body provided an appropriation to fund the mandates, programs, and personnel required to implement this legislation?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Does the fiscal note account for the cost of Section 10's armed security officer requirement?
In my opinion, absolutely, because also if they say the funding is not available to them, they can actually ask for the waiver of the good cause exception and go into the school marshal program or look at the employee for policies and procedures that they believe is appropriate, which is obviously is very expensive.
But it's my understanding from the LBB, it estimates that this bill will have a significant impact on our local school districts, but does not contain any estimations or figures for the cost of the armed security officer mandate on each campus. Isn't that correct?
But I think it depends if you look at the good cause exception, which is the reason we structured HB 3 originally when we left the House and even currently today. So if a school district says, look, we just cannot afford to go with a school resource officer and we want to actually go through the Marshall program or have policies and procedures that are currently able to do, they can meet that requirement, for little money or little training. And certainly the allocations under here would more than cover those costs. So they have the ability to request that good cause exception to basically go for somebody other than a school resource officer.
Do you have any sense of how much it would cost to require an armed security officer on each campus?
Well, it depends, again, which one you actually meet, whether we're going through the school.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to speak against the bill. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today to express my grave concerns over House Bill 3, an act which has good intentions, ensuring the safety of our students, but instead could put them at greater risk, threatens to create undue financial stress on our public schools, and possible liability for our school districts. To begin, the bill requires the presence of at least one armed security officer during regular school hours on each campus. This security officer must be a school district peace officer, school resource officer, or commissioned peace officer. While the aim is understandable, we must ask at what cost. Financially, this requirement could have a profound impact on our already stretched thin school budgets. And what of the good cause exception, which permits schools to maintain alternative standards in the face of inadequate funding or availability of personnel? According to the bill, a school could designate a person to act as a security officer who is a school marshal, a school district employee, or someone the district contracts with, provided they have completed appropriate safety training. However, the provision is vague. It leaves many questions unanswered. Who determines the adequacy of alternative standards? And what exactly constitutes the mandated safety training? The language in the bill remains disconcertingly undefined. This bill even suggests that a person may carry a handgun on school premises with the district's written authorization. How do we interpret this? Could a relative of a student, perhaps even a recent graduate, receive a mere 15 to 20 hours of training and then be authorized to carry a firearm on school property? The potential for disastrous consequences is staggering. In addition to these serious concerns, we need to address the funding model. While the bill includes several laudable measures for facility upgrades and mental health initiatives, it does so at a financial cost which could cripple our public schools. We should not be setting up our schools for failure. Rather, we should be providing them with the resources they need to succeed. Finally, I want to express my deepest apprehension over the proposed shift from a monitor to a conservator for non-compliant districts. This change appears to inflict an unnecessary and harsh penalty on schools. If a conservator is needed, who bears the costs and who decides the appointment? In this latest version of House Bill 3, we risk not only overburdening our schools financially, but also opening the door to potential liabilities. Yes, we must strive for the safety of our students, but not in a manner that is not well defined and can put our kids in greater harm. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and let's work on it some more. Our kids in Texas deserve it. Thank you.
Representative Reynolds, for what purpose? Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields.
Representative Goodwin, you talked about some of your fiscal concerns for this legislation, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that many of the school districts are currently using federal ESSER dollars to cover their school safety and mental health expenses, and that the funding ends in 2024?
Yes, I've heard that's a great concern for my districts.
And looking at the fiscal note, on page 3, the cost of the mental health training allotment could be significant. However, it cannot be determined at this time. It goes into note that the mental health allotment would be provided from funds appropriated for this purpose. And we don't even know the cost of this program, do we?
No, actually we don't. And that, again, is a great concern.
And do you think that this is going to be an unfunded mandate that's passed on to our local school districts?
Yes, I mean, I know that the schools are struggling already with a number of things, everything from counselors to nurses to even teachers. My AISD is giving teachers a raise, but it's causing them to go negative. And this adds to that stress. Having an armed guard on every campus will cost them, I've heard estimates from $5 to $7 million, and the increase that the district will get through this bill would be somewhere around $2 million. So that's quite a difference to make up, and the school district will be required to make up that difference.
And are you aware that based on some research that I've done, the experts have estimated that after salary, training, and benefits, it will cost approximately $100,000 per campus to have an officer on every campus? This is, based on what you're saying and what I agree to, not feasible in any way for our already underfunded public schools. Every dollar that goes towards new and existing hardening mandates is another dollar that's taken away from students, families, and educators to focus on the mission of funding our public schools, high quality instruction. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I do agree with that. In addition to the cost, there's also the fact that a lot of different law enforcement agencies are looking for people to hire from, in my area, Austin Police Department, the sheriff, even DPS. And they're all looking for the same type of employee, someone to be armed. And that takes a lot of training. It's very concerning to me that we would ever think about putting someone on our school campuses who is armed, who isn't extremely well trained.
Well, I appreciate you raising those concerns. And finally, would you agree with me that an overwhelming majority of educators don't believe that we should be arming teachers with guns on campuses as well?
That's absolutely what I hear all the time. Our teachers want to teach. They don't want to be armed and protecting the students. They want to be there to teach.
And instead, overwhelming majority of Texans agree that we should be, instead of focusing on arming teachers, we should be focused on common sense gun reform legislation. Would you agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with that. We have tried to pass some things that most Texans agree with, some stronger background checks, raising the age to buy assault-style weapons. There's a lot of things that we could be doing that we did not do this legislative session.
In addition to things like red flag laws and closing the gun show loopholes, universal background checks, would those be some other things that we should be focused on as well?
Absolutely. We saw some red flags with the recent shooters here in Texas, and we are seeing more and more mass shootings in addition to accidental shootings and suicides. We should be addressing that issue alongside addressing the issue of safety in our schools. You know, honestly, safety in our schools is very important, but we've seen shootings in other places, in churches, in grocery stores. So why are we focused only on school safety? We need to be focused on safety in our communities, period.
And you're correct. I mean, we're focused, and we both agree that we should be focused on school safety. But there's, in addition to what they're trying to propose here, there are more ways that we can focus on school safety and best practices based on things that we just talked about, really common sense gun reform legislation. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I do agree with that. I think anyone who's going to buy a gun should be legally allowed to buy a gun. And in order to know that, you have to go through a background check. Right now, there are ways to get around that. We should close those loopholes.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative King to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, one of the things I heard Representative Goodwin say is that we needed to vote no on this bill so we could study it longer. We just passed the anniversary of the tragic events in Uvalde, and many of us spent the last year crafting bills, and school safety was such a priority to the Speaker that we had two safety bills. We had House Bill 3 and we had House Bill 13. That's a lot of bandwidth for one subject. You never see one subject get two priority bills, but that's how important this is to this body. So as far as studying it longer, it's time to act. We need to prevent the next Uvalde or any shooting. I heard concerns about arming teachers. Well, it's legal now. Teachers, school districts, and school boards have the ability to arm teachers at their discretion. One of the things that I fought for in House Bill 13 that Chairman Burrows helped me put into House Bill 3 was the mental health training for all employees that interact with our kids. You know, I'm okay with carrying the guns. I think we should have armed staff, and there should be armed somebody on a campus. But I'm more concerned about spotting the child in trouble than having to do something about a child that's in trouble. So I really appreciate the mental health training being part of it. I do not consider this an unfunded mandate. After the week we just had, when we talk about school finance, there's $1.4 billion in this bill. This is the furthest thing from an unfunded mandate. And frankly, if a school district can't afford it, there's lots of waiver opportunities, and there's several ways to put armed guards in a school. It doesn't have to be a police force. It doesn't have to be a guardian program. It doesn't have to be the Marshall program. There's multiple ways that school districts can comply with this, and this is not an unfunded mandate, and I would urge you to vote yes.
Chair recognizes Representative Burrows to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move adoption.
Representative Burrows moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 3. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Burrows voting aye. Show Representative King voting aye. Representative Jatan voting aye. Have all voted? There being 93 ayes and 49 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Metcalf for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in your desk drawer is a Bible. I encourage you to open that up if you can. Take a few minutes and write your favorite Bible verse in there if you so choose. That's just a friendly reminder. Thank you, members.
Members, House Bill 2121 is eligible at 6:50 p.m. Is there objection to taking up at this time? Chair recognizes Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll call up the conference committee report on HB 2121.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 2121 and recognizes Representative Paul to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we had a bill at $500,000 of help for our small business and their property tax forms. The Senate sent it back at $25,000, but I was able to go back and negotiate and get it up to at least $150,000. So, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Representative Paul moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2121. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Paul voting aye. Have all voted? Being 141 ayes and 0 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Mr. Hefner? Members, House Bill 1243 is eligible at 7:10 p.m. Is there objection taken up this time? When he gets here, the chair recognizes Representative Hefner.
What do I say? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll tell you what.
I call up the committee report for House Bill 1243.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 1243 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we went to conference on House Bill 1243, and all we've done is take this bill back to the exact same version that we passed out of the House. Ask for you to vote with me this time, and I move adoption.
Representative Hefner moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 1243. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Representative Canales voting aye. Have all voted? This Canales. Ready? There being 86 ayes and 56 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, House Bill 2729 is eligible at 7:10 p.m. Is there objection taken up this time? Anyone? The chair recognizes Representative Harris of Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report on House Bill 2729.
The chair recognizes the chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 2729 and recognizes Representative Harris of Anderson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we did is went back and put the sunset provision in the bill that it had when it left the House originally, and I move adoption.
Representative Harris of Anderson moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2729. So record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all voted? I mean, 93 ayes and 47 nays. The conference committee report is adopted. Members, House Bill 357 is eligible at 7:10 p.m. Is there any objection taken up at this time? The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations to the conferees of House Bill 357. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2435 by Busey, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 357.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working with Senator Hughes on both issues in the bill to better the election process in the state, this resolution is necessary to provide for consistency and predictability in determining the date of a runoff election. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Try Representative Busey voting aye. Representative Smith voting aye. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report on House Bill 357.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 357 and recognizes Representative Busey to explain the report.
Members, House Bill 357 would simplify the process of accessing the ballot by mail tracker and make it easier for voters to use it. This bill also addresses Runoff standardization. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt the conference committee report.
Representative Busey moves that the House adopt the conference committee report. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Chair Representative Busey voting aye. Representative Smith voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, Senate Bill 1677 is not eligible until 7:10 p.m. Is there any objection taken up at this time? The chair recognizes Representative Price.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1677.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1677 and recognizes Representative Price to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senator Perry's rural behavioral health redesign bill was a good bill, came over. We expanded it with 2 amendments. We thought that improved the bill. It was good, but when it went back over to the Senate, they indicated that it would increase the fiscal note, so we're returning the bill to its original form, and I move adoption.
Representative Price moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1677. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? Okay. There being 134 ayes and 8 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, House Bill 4443 is eligible at 7:20 p.m. Is there objection to taking up at this time? The chair recognizes Representative Cunningham.
Mr. Speaker, I call up conference committee report on House Bill 4443.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 4443 and recognizes Representative Cunningham to explain the report.
Mr. Speaker, we got our conference committee report back from the Senate. The Senate removed all its amendments. The bill is back to its original form. I move adoption.
Representative Cunningham moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 4443. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Cunningham voting aye. Show Representative Canales voting aye. Have all voted? There being 121 ayes and 22 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Slauson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to discharge the conferees and concur in Senate amendments.
Representative Slauson moves to discharge the House conferees. Chair recognizes Representative Slauson to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Speaker Phelan and this House's support. We took, because of you, historic steps towards protecting young Texans online and communicating that our children are not a commodity for social media companies to profit off of at the expense of their mental health and even their lives. And I had originally requested a conference committee on this bill to spend a little more time tweaking it. However, time constraints have limited the conference committee's ability to do so. I want you to know as you leave here that this bill is a monumental step in the right direction, and Texas kids will be safer for it. I look forward to continuing to work with you in coming sessions, and I want to thank each of you who worked and supported this along the way, and especially all the families and kids that came to Ms. T's hearings and testified and vulnerably shared their stories and the stories of their loved ones. And with that, I move to discharge.
Representative Slauson moves to discharge the House conferees on House Bill 18 and concur with Senate amendments. As a record vote, the clerk ring the bell. Have all voted? 120 ayes and 21 nays. The House concurs with Senate amendments on House Bill 18. Mr. Canales,
Speaker,
for what purpose?
Would I be recognized for a motion to sine die myself?
Not at this time, Mr. Canales. Members, we're going back to the top of page 3, HJR 3. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report on HJR 3.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on HJR 3 and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Similar to House Bill 1595, the Conference Committee report for House Joint Resolution 3 returns provisions to the bill that was passed out of the House with some minor changes. The Senate removed the inflation adjustment on the ongoing revenue source, which is interest earned from the Economic Stabilization Fund. The Conference Committee report includes the inflation adjustment, but limits it at 2% each year, and I move adoption of the Conference Committee report for House.
Representative Johnson, for what purpose?
Will Dr. Bonin yield for questions?
I'm happy to yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bonin. In respect to the TUF, can you kind of tell us what the overall goal of the TUF is?
Yeah, absolutely. So the overall goal is to provide a permanent endowment for our institutions of higher education in the state that are not currently PUF eligible, that would allow us over the years to raise the bar for higher education in this state so that we become the leader in higher education, in research, and in innovation.
So currently, who all qualifies for the TUF?
So there are currently 4 schools. It's not done by system, it's done by school, and it is based on
you said it's not done by system, it's just done by school?
That is correct.
Okay.
It's based on institution, and it is based on that institution's performance as it pertains to private and research dollars and PhDs awarded. And then once they meet a threshold, then they are eligible, and that would be open to any non-PUF school in the state.
So when we look at the number of universities, you said, I thought I heard you say there are 4 universities?
So at this time, there are 4.
There are 4 universities?
In fact, we want this to be something that other schools can elevate and aspire to join, and we specifically designed this endowment so that should another school meet the criteria and enter, that we do not dilute the fund and do not dilute the revenues that are coming out of the fund to the institutions that are in there. So that would require us to calculate what contribution to the corpus of the endowment would be needed to maintain the distributions to the schools that are already in there. It's also the reason that we have an ongoing source of revenue into the endowment so that it continues to grow over time.
Are the PUF qualifications and the TUF qualifications the same?
They are not.
They're not the same. When we look at the qualifications that were created, were they created with certain schools in mind, or was there a criteria by which the money was put in place and then other universities simply had to meet those qualifications?
So the criteria specifically based on federal and private sponsored research in particular, I think 25 million a year in 40. So that would be open to any non-PUF school. Now, these 4 institutions are non-PUF schools that were previously in the NRUF. The NRUF is going away, but it is open to other schools being able to meet that eligibility criteria and enter into the endowment.
Do we know any of those schools that are that may qualify imminently for the TUF at this time? While they may not qualify right now, by next year, is there a goal by which they could get there within a year or so, or 2 years?
Well, it's not time-based. It's based on performance. So it's based on when they hit the metrics, whether that's a short time or a long time.
So when we look at, would you believe, how many universities, public universities, do we have in Texas?
I don't have the precise number
roughly
off the
100,
top of my head.
Somewhere around that. But Texas is the parent of all public institutions. Would you believe that? Would you say that's a good assessment? And when we look at from Texas, every university would simply be our children because we take care of them per se.
I want to see
kind of a good analogy, bad analogy, however you look at it.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Texas funds all the universities, so I would assume that when we look at how we take care of our children, I'm trying to get to how do we make the distinction between which children we take care of and which children we don't take care of, if in fact we have over 100 or close to 100 public institutions, but we're only funding a couple of them. Mr. Speaker, can I get a little Can I get a little quiet?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Yeah, so the purpose of this specifically is to elevate institutions to a top-level recognition in terms of research, and that is the specific primary criteria. Again, it's research funding that they've managed to procure on their own, and then also the PhDs that they award. So there is an objective metric or set of metrics by which entry into this fund is established.
Right. No, I understand it. And so you believe that the money that we're going to give to these universities will help them elevate even further than where they currently are now. Would you believe that this money will help them get to another level?
Yes. When we look around the country, what we see is that given our population and the number of institutions that we have in the state, we have an opportunity to really step up and improve our stature as it pertains to research and development in the state of Texas. And there are other states that have been more focused and more intentional over the decades, and on a per capita basis, they actually have more AAU or Tier 1 level institutions, and there's no reason why we should not be able to equal or surpass that level of achievement in the state of Texas.
So when universities come before us to ask for money, we obviously don't have enough money to go around to provide their every want. We try to make sure we take care of their needs. Would that be correct?
Well, look, institutions are funded through a number of methods. They're not 100% dependent on state funding.
Right.
But we do have formula funding that is done in a standard method for all of our public institutions, and they participate equally in that instructional and research formula. Also, what we're doing for Hazelwood Legacy, for higher education group insurance, for our comprehensive regional institutions, that is not specific to a given university, but that is done based on a peer and a set of metrics, and they participate in that formula funding.
What I'm saying is, in respect to them, when they come to us, they provide their LAR. We don't fund their entire LAR, am I correct? We give them based on the stuff that we know that they need. The Texas Higher Education Coordinator Board looks at it, and we go, okay, you need this, you need that. All funding is not equal. When you look at the tough, where did this initial funding come from?
So when we look at legislative appropriations requests or so-called exceptional items, what we're actually trying to move toward is to move away from exceptional items, to move away, frankly, from institutional enhancement, and to your previous observation, I think, about being fair to all of the institutions, put that money into the institutions through a standard method in which everyone competes and benefits based on their performance and based on their student enrollment. The money for this corpus is general revenue that will be dedicated to this endowment.
So when you look at some of the universities, because when we look at the formula, we're saying we're looking at the graduation rates, we're looking at, there are certain criteria that we're looking at that would dictate the money that we're going to be able to provide for them, for their institutions, and then for research, so forth and so on. Would you say that all universities are created the same?
I would say we want all of our universities to excel and to serve the students that they are educating, and to meet the needs of the growing population of young people in the state of Texas. That's critical to our future workforce and leadership. It's critical to economic development in the state that we have our young people able to access a quality education. And for many of our students that are first-generation college students, that can transform an entire family. And so we want to enable our universities and our community colleges and our high schools to be able to perform at the top level.
So when we look at universities and funding and the formula, there's obviously been data that would demonstrate that universities that receive more funding were able to put money into more student services, research, to assist with their graduation rates, to make sure that they're able to take care of the student population. When I asked you about are all universities created the same? When I look at a university like a Texas Southern University, where the majority of the students, the freshman students, are oftentimes first generation students, but they also have to work. They also have to, take care of household needs. And so oftentimes that gets in the way of just simply being able to study. But when you look at a UT, a A&M, a U of H, even a Texas Tech and all the other universities that are in these funds, we're adding more money so that there are more scholarship opportunities, there are more work-study programs available, there are more things that would help students stay focused and on the campus so that they can increase their graduation rates.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I simply want to bring up what I believe is important, that as we look at the PUF fund, which is the Permanent University Fund, which is only available to two institutions in this state, UT and A&M. I heard a lot of grumbling from a lot of other universities that were upset. For 150 years, two universities, the flagship institution, it first started off with UT, and then over the years, then A&M, after enough pressure, they were able to get into the fund. And so we had two universities that were receiving the bulk of the $1.8 billion annually that they were receiving from the oil and gas. And then the grumbling happened with the other universities that said, wait, is this fair? Is this fair? The money that they're getting from the PUF did not come from a family that donated it. This was state land that the University of Texas didn't even want initially, but it wasn't until they found oil that University of Texas said, oh, no, we'll take the land back. And so they receive a great benefit and I'm ecstatic for them. I'm happy for them. But there were other universities because we understood over the years that not everybody could go to UT, not everybody could go to A&M. And so over the years, and here we come, UT has decided to leave the Big 12, and lo and behold, we're now going to create another fund. And so in creating this another fund, the TUF fund now, we've done the same thing that the universities that are benefiting from the TUF now complained about the PUF. They said, why only two universities? And so we created the TUF, and now we only have 4 universities. We're leaving out 92 other institutions that could take part and benefit from this money. And so when we look at equity and fairness and parity, I do understand that everybody wants just their people to win or just their team to win or just their school to win, and they should get all the money. But when we actually look at it from a state's perspective, it should be our goal to have Tier 1 institutions across the board. Everyone should benefit from these tax dollars that are coming out of the ground, out of this oil and gas, because we all drive cars. We all have houses with air conditioning and heating. And so we're all paying into this fund, and yet we're only giving it to the privileged, to those that already have. I'm ecstatic about UT. I love UT. I'm not a Longhorn, nor am I an Aggie, but I'm glad that they're doing well. But I think it's time that we make sure that all institutions can equally do well. We should make sure that all of our institutions have an opportunity, because we've seen where when you address these institutions and you give them money, you realize that they're going to do better. They'll be able to address the needs of the institution. Texas Southern University is a Carnegie institution in this country. It's a Tier 2. At one point, U of H was a Tier 2 institution. It worked diligently, it worked with this body, and now it's a Tier 1 institution. I think all universities should have that same goal, and I think it is our responsibility to make sure across the board that we are giving funds to all institutions, because I will guarantee you, then when we see that happening, it will benefit us all. We'll have more people coming into our state. They're going to be bringing their corporations. They're going to continue to build what Texas is doing. We can be that flagship state for education to educate the college and the college ready. We shouldn't leave behind those simply because they didn't have the silver spoon, simply because they were not given 2.1 million acres of land, simply because this body got upset because UT decided to leave the Big 12 and leave a lot of other Texas schools alone, and we created another fund. That's not what we should do. So across the board, I'm speaking against this HJR because I think we can do better. I think we can do and make sure that all institutions are receiving the funds that are necessary to educate all of their students. Texas Southern University does not have the same student as UT because they have to go to school, they have to work, they may have children, they may be a head of the household. So there are a lot of things that will get in their way. I was one of those individuals that messed up Texas Southern's graduation rate because it took me 5 years. But along the way, I ran a nonprofit, I worked full-time, and I went to school full-time all at the same time. And so, yeah, it took me a little bit longer, but I'm a better man for it. I'm a better legislator for it. I think I'm a better father for it. But I love Texas Southern for it because it wrapped its arms around me. And I think we have to be mindful of what we need to do to help universities when they're trying to educate a very vulnerable and oftentimes difficult population. And so I'm asking you guys to take into consideration when we talk about fairness and equity and parity, that we build these institutions up so that they can get to the level of a UT and an A&M, but we can't keep giving only to UT and A&M and now to Texas Tech, U of H, Texas State, and North Dallas, UNT. We can't just keep giving to the same ones over and over again and then telling everybody else, hey, compete with them. I know I'm giving them $3.5 billion even before they come for the LAR, even before they have to talk about anything else. I know I'm giving them an unfair advantage, but you got to compete with them. And so find a way to compete with them to raise your graduation levels up while I give these other universities more money. That's not Texas. That's not how we should do. We don't look at our children differently. I hope you don't look at your children differently and say, oh, you look like your mama, so you ugly. And you look like your daddy, because I know a bunch of you children look like you, and some of your daddies ain't cute. But that's okay. I ain't trying to say nothing bad about you. But you're not going to treat your child different because they may be ugly, because they may be tall or short. We should not treat our colleges and universities different. Fund them all across the board equitably. And I think if we do that, then our state would be better off and would be in a better position. I'm asking you guys just to think about this, be mindful of it, and I'm asking you to vote no on this HJR.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonner to close.
Move adoption.
Dr. Bonner moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on HJR 3. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Holland voting aye. Representative Wally voting aye. Representative Burrows voting aye. There being 110 ayes and 30 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, we're going back to page 4. Chair recognizes Representative Holland for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to discharge the conferees
Mr. Speaker.
and Senate
Representative
amendments
Jones,
with
for what
House Bill
purpose?
4843.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a point of order against further consideration of the Senate amendments to HB 4843 on germaneness and caption.
Bring it on down.
No. Ms. Jones, the bill is not laid out before us.
Oh, okay.
Representative Holland was making a motion. Chair lays out House Bill 4843 and recognizes Representative Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report on, nope. Okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jones, for what purpose?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Senate amendments to HB 4843 under germaneness in Article 3, Sections 30 and 35 of the Texas Constitution.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn, and the motion to discharge and concur is withdrawn. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has adopted the following conference committee reports: HB 3, 26.5, HB 621, 20 through the 8, HB 915, 28 to 3, HB 1500, 31 to 0, HB 2121, 31 to 0, HB 3372, 31 to 0, HB 3440, 31 to 0, HB 3474, 31 to 0, HB 4635, 30 to 1, SB 1677, 29 to 2, SB 1933, 19 to 12. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you, sir. Members, we are moving to calendar 2. Senate Bill 22 is eligible at 7:50 p.m. Is there objection taken at this time? Chair recognizes Representative Guillen.
I call up the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 22.
The chair lays out Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 22 and recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 22 provides grants to fund salary improvements for sheriff's offices, prosecutors' offices, and constables' offices in rural counties in Texas. The Senate had concerns regarding the fiscal note on the constable's office language. We added in the House, and the CCR provides a solution to alleviate these concerns. I move to adopt the changes made in the Conference Committee report.
Representative Guillen moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 22. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. Being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we're going back to page 4 of calendar 1. Chair recognizes Representative Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I co-op HB 4390 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 4390 with Senate amendments and recognizes Representative Button to explain the Senate amendments.
Members, before we send HB 4390 to the Senate on amendments, and an amendment was added on the floor by Representative Turner, this amendment excluded the construction industry from the industry-recognized apprenticeship grant program. The Senate removed this amendment, and sent back the bill the way it came out of our House International Relations and Economic Development Committee with an 8-0 vote. And the Senate sponsors and the Senate conferees have indicated that they want to keep this bill as exactly as it originally came out of the committee. And after serious consideration, we believe it is good to include the construction industry so more people can benefit from this wonderful apprenticeship program. And I move to concur.
Mr. Speaker. Representative Turner, for what purpose?
The gentlelady yield for some questions.
Gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes.
She yields.
To my friend.
Thank you.
And by the way, your tie looks very nice.
Thank you very much, Chair Button. I appreciate that. And you're my friend too. But I do have some questions for you.
Yes.
So you're about to move to discharge the conferees and concurrent Senate amendments. Is that your intention?
Yes, discharge the House conferees and concur with the Senate amendments because we believe if this bill can benefit more, and that will be better.
Okay, so I have a couple questions about the process, and then I have a couple questions about the substance of the bill as it's before us now. So on the process, as you acknowledged, when you had the bill on the floor on second reading here in the House, I amended the bill after some discussion, but I amended the bill, and that amendment was acceptable to you as the author of the bill. Is that right?
Yes, and I did that on a good faith and in respect towards you.
Yes, I know you did, and I appreciate that. And so we also had a discussion that we would, the House would endeavor to protect its work product and protect the engrossed version of the bill with the amendment on as it went over the Senate. And as you explained, the Senate removed the amendment, and so then you moved to go to a conference committee a few days ago so that we could work on this with the Senate. And I appreciate you going to the conference committee route and recommending that I be on the conference committee with you. So I thank you for that. But my question is, why were we not able to achieve a negotiation with the Senate through the conference committee process to where now we're in the position of having to, if your motion is successful, discharge the conference committee and accept what the Senate did?
First, let me say that I really respect you and working with us, and I also appreciate that Chairman Wally and also other members try to help us out. We did work diligently, and I went to the Senate, talked to the Senate key sponsor, and also the committee members, and they stick with their positions. We tried very hard while during this process, and I realized that, I do respect your thoughts, But I remember that the economist came to our committee and stated that although the unemployment rate is dropping, but because the mismatch of the skills and especially the construction industry, they are really short of good experienced worker. And this bill will benefit across the board. But if we carve out the construction industry, the people will be able to benefit from this wonderful apprenticeship program, which voted out with so many support. I believe it's almost completely green, something like that.
Yeah.
And then it will be a shame that they cannot benefit from this very much needed program. That's why so we decided that's the right way to do.
Okay, so basically, the House made the decision to exclude the construction industry from this program. The Senate would not agree to that, and despite going to a conference committee, the Senate refused to compromise with the House, refused to work with the House, and they basically have said take it or leave it. I mean, that's essentially what the Senate is saying to the House. Is that right?
I will not say this way because you know my personality. I don't play hardball with people. I did spend time and explained my sincere understanding and wish, and then the Senate, go over there. It's not a piece of cake because they are very busy. So are we. And
so they say.
Yeah.
So, let me ask you about the substance of the bill here. We'll move on beyond the process. So as you explained, the bill as it left the House excluded the construction industry from the bill. Is that right?
With your amendment.
Yes. Okay. With my amendment, it excluded the construction industry from the bill. Yes?
That's correct.
Okay. And now as the bill comes back with Senate amendments, so basically the bill as it left the House covered certain types, allowed for these industry recognized apprenticeship programs in certain industries, but not all industries, because the construction industry was excluded under my amendment. Is that right?
They strip off your amendment.
Yeah. Okay. So as the bill comes back, it now includes all those construction industries again. Is that right?
I just say that they restricted your amendment.
Well, I know they stripped my amendment, but what I'm trying to get at is substantively what the difference is now. So the engrossed version of the bill excluded the construction industry, but the bill with Senate amendments that we have before us now includes those industries, correct?
They didn't exclude the construction industry.
Right, they do not exclude them.
Yes.
So and my amendment was very specific as to the industry, and the definition in my amendment was industry as described by the North American Industry Classification System Sector number 23. Does that sound right?
I cannot recall the details, but that's...
I'll stipulate that that's what the amendment said, and that you accepted. And so if you look at the federal definition from the Bureau of Labor Statistics for that classification system in sector number 23, which is defines these different professions. So under construction trades, it's things like brick masons, stone masons, carpenters. You would agree those are construction industry professions?
Construction industries include a lot of categories, and I am not going to claim I'm an expert, can tell you exactly what's included in the construction industry, but I do recognize clearly the comments about the shortage of the laborers in the construction industry,
right.
And that is the industry we need to help out. as well, just like several other industries.
So other construction industry, or other construction jobs that would have been excluded under my amendment that are now included in the bill would also include professions such as tile and stone cutters, construction laborers, electricians, painters, pipe layers, plumbers, pipe fitters and steam fitters, roofers, sheet metal workers, elevator and escalator installers and repairers. Does that sound accurate?
Representative Turner, I respect you try to mentor me the details of a construction industry, but I'm not in that industry, so I will not tell you exactly what's included. But the bill itself that your amendment is talking about exclude construction industry. But one thing really kind of puzzle me big time is why you think the construction industries do not.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 4390 under Rule 11, Section 2, and that the Senate amendments are not germane to the engrossed bill.
Bring your point of order down front, Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner raises a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 4390 under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the Senate and amendments are not germane to the House bill. The engrossed House bill specifically excluded a class of apprenticeship programs from eligibility for certain Texas Workforce Commission grants. The Senate amendments removed that specific exclusion. Ordinarily, if an amendment removes an express exclusion and in so doing broadens the class embraced by the bill, the amendment is not germane. That is the case here. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The chair directs the chief clerk to return the bill to the Senate for further action. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Please admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has concurred in the House amendments to the following measures. SB 1699, 31-0. The Senate has adopted the following conference committee reports. HB 357, 31-0. HB 1243, 1912. HB 2729, 2011. HB 4443, 30-1. HB 5344, 27-4. SB 28, 30-0, 31-0. SB 1727, 31-0. SJR 75, 31-0. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Was he correct, Mr. Vasut? Yep. Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Holland, for what purpose?
I would like to move that the comments from House Bill 1500 today are reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, we are going back to page 2 of calendar 1. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for Senate Bill 12. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2462 by Shaheen, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 12.
The chair recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution, we had to go outside the bounds to add a couple of little bit of language from the Senate, just talking about using accessories or prosthetics that exaggerate male or female sexual characteristics. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Dr. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Patterson. I know this isn't your bill, but it's actually a logistical question. The reason we have to pass this resolution is because the bill was not kept clean coming out of the House. In conference committee, there were changes, and those changes were in fact even out of the bounds of the differences between the House and the Senate. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So, just to reiterate, the bill as left from the House was not kept clean, yes?
Correct.
Thank you.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Patterson voting aye. Have all voted. 87 ayes and 44 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report on SB 12.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 12 and recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Shaheen held lengthy negotiations with the Senate regarding SB 12 and successfully retained the House intent of focusing on inappropriate sexual performances in front of a child and not how the performer is dressed. The one change that occurred from the original Senate version was the addition of dramatic sexual gestures to the definition of sexual conduct. The Senate was concerned that the sexual conduct description was inadequate to protect children from these types of performances. I move adoption.
Representative Patterson moves the House. Chair recognizes Dr. Gonzalez to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This bill has gone through a lot of negotiation, and when this bill left the floor the first time, in fact, had bipartisan support and a lot of white lights, because ultimately we had worked together. This bill now, after conference, is very, very different. In fact, it's so different that it has lots of broadness. The broadness could negatively implicate even the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. It can go into your homes and say what is allowed in your individual homes after the lines of a commercial enterprise were stricken out. This bill has very potential domino effects that we should be cognizant of, and I hope if it does pass that we will come back and fix the really broad interpretation of dictating what can happen in personal and private homes and potentially going outside of the bounds to even cheerleaders. And so with that, I encourage you to vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Patterson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill prevents sexual performances in front of a child. I move adoption.
Representative Patterson moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 12. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all voted? Being 87 ayes and 54 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, we are on calendar 2 at the top of page 1. House Bill 5344 is eligible at 8:10 p.m. Is there objection to taking it up at this time? The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conference for House Bill 5344. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2470 by Bell Montgomery, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 5344.
The chair recognizes Representative Bell Montgomery to explain the resolution.
Resolution lets us go out of bounds to add a couple more MUDs and to provide for the Woodlands firefighters to be able to purchase their health insurance at their own expense. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 129 ayes and 1 nay, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Bell of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for the opportunity to lay out the conference committee report for House Bill 5344. Move passage.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 5344 and it recognizes Representative Bell to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, what we did was added a couple more MUDs and provided the Woodlands firefighters the opportunity to purchase their own health insurance. Move adoption.
Representative Bell of Montgomery moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 5344. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 119 ayes and 21 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, Senate Bill 2315 is eligible at 8:40 p.m. Is there objection to taking up at this time? The chair recognizes Representative Clardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up the conference committee report on SB 2315.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2315 and recognizes Representative Clardy to explain the report.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, we removed an amendment that was joined in this House, but was agreed to by us, and so we're going to accept and concur in the Senate amendments.
Representative Clardy moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2315. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 101 ayes and 36 nays, the conference committee report is adopted. Members, House Bill 9 is eligible at 9:30 p.m. Is there objection to taking up at this time? The chair lays out the following privileged resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for House Bill 9. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2466 by Ashby, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 9.
The chair recognizes Representative Ashby to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this outside the bounds resolution allows us to add language specifying the amount the comptroller is authorized to transfer to the 911 service fund. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Ashby voting aye. Representative Kemple voting aye. Have all voted? Being 139 ayes and 2 nays, the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to call up the conference committee report for House Bill 9.
Chair lays out the conference committee report on House Bill 9 and recognizes Representative Ashby to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the conference committee report for House Bill 9, as was stated, which relates to the creation of the Broadband Infrastructure Fund. I want to first off thank Senator Huffman, her staff, my chief staff, Joseph Sieber, all of the stakeholders, and certainly our Speaker of the House for prioritizing broadband again this session, and for their diligent work, as well as your support on this. While we didn't get everything we wanted in conference, the final version of House Bill 9 outlines a historic investment of $1.5 billion in state funds to support broadband and telecommunications expansion in Texas. Specifically, there's $175 million in this bill for 911 and next generation 911 services. There's $75 million to fund the pole replacement program, which leaves us a little over $1.2 billion for broadband deployment and to meet the federal match for the BEAD program, which will be coming later this year. Members, this is an important bill for our state to allow us to continue to support bridging our digital divide, and I move passage.
Representative Ashby moves that with the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 9. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 134 ayes and 8 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted.
Members, HB 3452 is the next bill. There is objection, is not eligible till 9:30, so we will skip HB 3452 for now. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
I'm going to wait for the bill author to lay that out.
Members, the next two bills on page 2 of the second calendar, HB 3699, HB 3697, have resolutions going outside the bounds that have not yet been distributed. Members, SJR 75 is eligible at 10:50 this evening. Is there objection to taking it up at this time? The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitation on the conferees for SJR 75. The clerk read the resolution.
2473 by King of Uvalde, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SJR 75.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, there were a few technical changes we needed to make to the JR. We clarify unexpected balance authority for the Texas Water Fund. We needed to specifically list the following four funds in the JR because they currently have to direct appropriations, and this would be indirect: the Water Assistance Fund, the New Water Supply Fund, the Rural Water Assistance Fund, the Statewide Water Public Awareness. We allocated 25% of the appropriation to be used for the New Water Supply Fund and the remaining 75% for the Water for Texas Fund. I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. This is record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Uvalde voting aye. Have all, Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde.
Mr. Speaker, I call up the Conference Committee report on SJR 75.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on SJR 75 and recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the report.
This is the constitutional amendment for the water fund that we've been working on. And as previously described, there were those changes that I described to you earlier to make from, as a request from LBB to make sure that the financials function properly. I move adoption.
Mr. King of Uvalde moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on SJR 75. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Uvalde voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SCR 59, Hughes, returning SB 1725 to the Senate for further consideration. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you, sir. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on General Investigating will meet today at 7 p.m. in room E2-010 and a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby. Sorry, well, hold on. SJR 125 is not eligible until 11 p.m. today. Is there objection to taking up HJR 125? The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for HJR 125. The clerk read the resolution.
SR 2471 by Ashby, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HJR 125.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this outside the bounds resolution was necessary because of the changes made in conference with respect to the method of finance. As you may remember, when we passed HB 9, initially it was with ESF. Now we're using general revenue. Because there was that difference in the method of finance between the House and Senate, this language is necessary to make the appropriate conforming changes so that funding can flow without any administrative obstructions. I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. There's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 8 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to call up the Conference Committee report for HJR 125.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HJR 125 and recognize Mr. Ashby to explain the report.
Members, the Conference Committee report for HJR 125 establishes the Texas Broadband Infrastructure Fund as a fund in the state treasury outside of the General Revenue Fund. The Conference Committee report outlines the parameters of the fund and establishes that the fund would be administered by the controller, would consist of transfers or deposits made through the General Appropriations Act, such as the $1.5 billion that we had included in House Bill 1 last night, and finally sets a sunset date of 10 years for the fund and requires any unexpended funds be transferred back into the General Revenue Fund upon the expiration of the fund on September the 1st, 2035. Members, this bill, along with House Bill 9, represents a historic investment in connectivity infrastructure to meet the technological demands of the future and reaffirm our belief that all Texans deserve access to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Ashby moves the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HJR 125. It's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Mr. Burrows voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 128 ayes and 10 nays. The HJR 125 is adopted.
Members, House Bill 3474 is not eligible until 11 p.m. Is there objection taken up at this time? The chair recognizes Representative Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3474.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3474 and recognizes Representative Leach to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the omnibus courts bill that we've worked so hard on this session, improving and strengthening the judiciary across the state of Texas. The only change in the Conference Committee report is the Senate amendment that was added that would have required our judges to attest to their hours and their time spent at the courthouse doing their duties and how those hours were divided. We thought that that amendment was not necessary. Thankfully, our Senate colleagues finally agreed with us, and that's the only change in this bill. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3474.
Representative Leach moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 3474. It's a record vote. Clerk will read the bill. Show Representative Leach voting aye. Have all voted? Being 132 ayes and 2 nays, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Members, Senate Bill 28 is eligible at 11:20 p.m. Is there objection to taking it up at this time? The chair lays out the following privileged resolution suspending limitations on the conferees of Senate Bill 28. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2472 by King of Uvalde, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, SB 28.
The chair recognizes Representative King of Uvalde to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, this resolution permits the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 28 to go outside the bounds. There are a few changes outside the bounds we needed to make. We removed the provision relating to the acquisition of water from other states from the priority project list of the new water supply. There was a lot of confusion about that particular section, and anyway, in the end it was determined it was best be removed. And then on the advice of the comptroller, we removed language prohibiting the comptroller from using the fund for certification. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Chair Representative Leach voting aye. Have all voted? 138 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative King of Uvalde.
Mr. Speaker, I call up Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 28.
Chair lays out the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 28 and recognizes Representative King of Uvalde to explain the report.
In addition to the changes described previously when we were on the resolution, there were a couple of other points of disagreements that we resolved in conference. We changed water and wastewater infrastructure projects to water infrastructure projects in the Texas Water Fund. We removed the EDAP amendment approved by the House. That doesn't work in the Senate at all. We removed potable reuse projects from priority list of the new water supply fund, and we capped the allowable administration fees the Texas Water Development Board can use from the fund at 2%. I move adoption.
Representative King of Uvalde moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 28. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Leach voting aye, Representative Hefner voting aye, Representative Hunter voting aye. Have all voted? 134 ayes and 4 nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted. Mr. Holland? Pursuant to Rule 13, Section 9F of the House Rules, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2506, suspending the limitations on the conferees for HB 3697. Pursuant to Rule 13, Section 9F of the House Rules, the chair announces the introduction of H.R. 2507, suspending the limitations on the conferees for House Bill 3699. Are Mr. Holland, Mr. Holland or Mr. Guillen on the floor of the House? Members, under our end of session deadlines, today is the last day to act on conference committee reports or discharge and concur on Senate amendments. Motions to discharge and concur are privileged, and we have 3 bills we are going to take up this evening. Those are House Bill 1620, House Bill 2454, and House Bill 4888. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 1620 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 1620 with Senate amendments and recognizes Representative Bell of Kaufman to explain the Senate amendments.
House Bill 1620 Senate changes. All provisions from the House bill remain. Changes were only additions. Commission of the Arts moved to 2025 to 2029. Lottery Commission to be reviewed in 2025. Controls over all other acts passed this session. State Employee Charitable Campaign Policy Committee moved from 2025 to 2029. Racing Commission moved to 2027 to 2029 with specific goals of review. Sunset may apply for grants. I move to discharge the conferees and concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1620.
Representative Bella Kaufman moves to discharge the House conferees on House Bill 1620 and concur with Senate amendments. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Bella Kaufman voting aye. Have all voted? There being 129 ayes and 9 nays, the House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 1620. Mr. Hefner. Chair recognizes Representative Hefner.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 4888 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 4888 with Senate amendments and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I move to discharge the conferees and concur in Senate amendments.
Mr. Hefner will now explain the Senate amendments. Representative Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, can you give us a second to pull up the bill on the T-list real quick?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Martinez Fisher.
If it's appropriate, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman does
Thank you,
yield.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. What does HB 4888 do?
So when it left the House, the intent of the bill was to allow Medicaid coverage to cover some non-opioid treatments, non-opioid pain treatments. And when it left the House, we did not have a fiscal note. It was reevaluated, and a fiscal note was added. So the Senate took the non-opioid, took the non-drug treatments out of it, and said it could only apply to non-opioid drugs as well as opioid drugs.
Okay, and that's what you're going to discharge and concur
Yeah.
on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to discharge the conferees and concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 4888.
Representative Hefner moves to discharge the House conferees on House Bill 4888 and concur with the Senate amendments. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Hefner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 131 ayes and 6 nays, the House concurs with Senate amendments to House Bill 4888. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 59 by Hughes, recalling Senate Bill 1725 from the governor.
The chair recognizes Representative Leo Wilson to explain the resolution.
Members, this recalls SB 1725 from the governor. There's one word of change. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of SCR 59. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Hunter voting aye. I mean, 90 ayes and 47 nays. The resolution is adopted.
Members, conference committee reports for HB 5 and HB 2627 were distributed today at 6:30. It is the intent of the chair to recognize Mr. Hunter for a motion to suspend the rules to bring up these conference committee reports. Members, I'm sorry. Conference committee reports on HB 5 and Senate Bill 2627 were distributed today at 6:30. It is the intent of the chair to recognize Mr. Hunter for a motion to suspend the rules to bring up these conference committee reports. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to call up at this time the conference committee report on SB 2627.
Members, there is objection to bringing up the report early. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 135 ayes and 3 nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out the conference committee report on SB 2627 and recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the grid bills, and it involves Senate modifying the interest rate, the term of the loan, and basically it has been a great bipartisan bill. We have worked together, and I move passage.
Mr. Hunter moves the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 2627. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Mr. Anchia voting aye. Dr. Roger voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There have been 114 ayes and 20 nays. The House adopts the conference committee report for SB 2627. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to call up at this time the conference committee report on HB 5.
Members, Mr. Harrison objects to bringing up the conference committee report. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Mr. King of Hempel voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 120 ayes and 18 nays. The rules are suspended for HB 5. Mr. Hunter, the chair lays out conference committee report for HB 5 and recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's a bipartisan, again, effort. This is the HB 5, but it is scaled down with a 2-year check. We also have the school districts being able to have the final veto. I move passage.
Mr. Hunter moves the House adopt the conference committee report on HB 5. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 100 ayes and 36 nays. The conference committee report for HB 5 is adopted. Is Mr. Wilson on the floor of the House? Members, the next bill up is HB 3697. It is not eligible until 10:20 p.m. tonight. Is there objection to taking up HB 3697? Hearing none. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution and suspending limitations from the conferees for HB 3697. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2506 by Wilson, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 3697.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, this outbound resolution on 3697, which has been printed and placed on your desk, has been after we have worked with the county judges and commissioners associations, the builders associations, and we reached some agreements to make some modifications that essentially looks to take out some unintended consequences. We removed language that would make it impossible for example, like condominiums to be built. So we made sure that that was corrected. Also, we looked to make sure that that the local government could appoint a third party to review and approve or disapprove plat submissions. Additionally, we removed the word plans because it created too much ambiguity, because that word is used in so many different ways and different things. So the word was removed so that the ambiguity wasn't there. And it also allows for more times as far as extensions if both parties agree. And with that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting on. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 13 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 3697 helps counties set clear guidance for the submission, review, and oh, okay, great. Mr. Speaker, I call up the conference committee report on House Bill 3697.
The chair lays out the conference committee report for HB 3697 and recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 3697 helps counties set clear guidance for the submission, review, and approval of subdivision platting. As I stated in the resolution layout, after working with the county judges and commissioners associations, as well as the builders association, we've reached an agreement for these provisions as stipulated in other legislation. So with that, I thank all of y'all, Mr. Speaker, members, and I move passage.
Mr. Wilson moves the House adopt the conference committee report for HB 3697. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 24 nays, the House adopts the conference committee report for HB 3697. Is Mr. Moody on the floor of the House? Please excuse Mr. Bernal because important business with the motion of Mr. Bajani's objection. Chair has done so ordered. Is Mr. Jatan on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan.
Mr. Speaker, I call up Conference Committee report on House Bill 3452.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on HB 3452 and recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill combines House Bill 3452 and 3145. I move adoption.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, if the member would yield for some questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield for questions.
Shaitan, the original bill said that a complaint had to be sworn. Can you tell the body what that is?
So I remember us having that conversation. That section of the bill was removed in the committee report.
Okay, so how's the complaint filed now?
In the same manner that it was currently, I believe it's an online report. Someone makes a complaint, and it's not sworn.
It's not a sworn complaint.
That's correct.
So somebody can make a complaint against a county court at law judge, a state district judge, and under your bill, if they've conducted an investigation, and even though the investigation is not complete, they can remove or suspend a judge off the bench, an elected official, with no complete investigation.
The investigation would have to get to the point where a master, whatever that position is assigned, and they would have 30 days to decide whether or not that suspension should go forward.
But the judge, in that particular case, there'd be no finding by the commission. It would just be somebody's opinion that the judge should be removed. There's no actual hearing.
Prior to that point, I believe the bill requires the report along with findings to be provided to the judge prior to that formal investigation where master, whatever is appointed.
So you were present yesterday during the impeachment proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does an individual who's impeached by this body, are they suspended without pay?
Not advised.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Canales, please state your inquiry.
When this body impeaches a public official, is that public official suspended upon impeachment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Is that when this body impeaches a public official and that official is immediately suspended, is he or she suspended with or without pay?
Is the chair's understanding that a officer who has been impeached is not rendering services and therefore cannot be compensated?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Jatan, in your bill, you do understand that this body can impeach a district judge because that's the precedent that we learned yesterday, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And under your bill, without impeachment, under an investigation with no impeachment proceeding, as for this body, but through an administrative body, you're delegating that body the authority to remove an elected official, which we have here as elected officials, but the body you're talking about having an elected official removed by is an administrative body. Is that not correct?
If I'm not mistaken, it's an administrative body that answers to a board that's appointed by the governor that would make that decision.
But it's not an elected body, is it?
No, it's not an elected body.
So in your situation, the bill you have completely bypasses this elected body and allows, without any findings, a district judge or a county court at law judge to be removed by an administrative body without a true hearing where the judge gets to respond?
I don't think that's accurate. I think that there's, if I'm not mistaken, the process is complaint is filed, investigation occurs by the State Commission of Judicial Conduct. That complaint is brought forward to the board to decide whether or not they should move forward. It is then a master, and I forget the name of it right now, I don't have the bill in front of me, is assigned, and within 30 days, if that individual does not, if that individual believes that there's substantial evidence, then the suspension occurs. If not, then it is stopped at that point. The judge, during that point, is able to make their argument.
So in your bill, it's not even the board, it's a special master, isn't it? That makes the decision.
On the temporary suspension, yes.
And how temporary is the suspension? It can be indefinite, couldn't it?
No,
till it takes place?
The intent of the bill is to make sure that there's a process in place that expeditiously you have a conclusion so that a judge that is suspended could be reinstated if there's not any findings.
For the body's information, the actual Judicial Conduct Commission in your bill has not made a finding yet, but you've already removed an elected official by virtue of somebody that's a special master. So not even the Judicial Conduct, is it? Commission is removing them or suspending them, is it?
Well, the suspension would have to happen through legislation. The master would be able to stop it, but before the investigation would arrive at a formal investigation to this point, that the board would have a say in whether or not that proceeded.
I'll ask the question again. Perhaps it wasn't clear. So an investigation commences, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, that investigative body has a belief that the judge should be suspended. And they appoint a special master? Or the special master just makes the conclusion on his own?
From what my understanding is, when a complaint is made, an investigation occurs. That investigation, if there are findings, is brought to the commission, to the board. That board decides whether or not it proceeds to a formal investigation where a master is assigned, and 30 days after that, if the master does not conclude that a suspension is not necessary, the suspension would occur.
That's my point, and that's what I want everybody to hear, is we are now, it's not even the Judicial Conduct Commission anymore under your bill. It's a special master that is determining whether he is going to suspend and remove an elected judge from office at his discretion or her discretion. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So there's been no determination under your bill that by the State Board of Judicial Conduct that there's no factual findings, there's no investigative findings, the judge hasn't had a chance to respond, there's been no formal proceeding, but he is removed on the basis of a special master that was appointed, one person.
Correct.
And so do you believe that that is due process for the judge?
I believe that that individual has the responsibility to determine whether the finding shows that there's enough evidence to temporarily suspend that individual.
Well, at what point does the judge get to respond to the special master's finding in your bill?
I don't have the bill in front of me.
Because he doesn't on your bill. The judge doesn't get to respond to the special master's finding. So if you don't have the bill in front of me, perhaps we can postpone it for a minute while you can get it.
It's coming.
So the questions while you're looking so that we're on the same page is when the special master makes the recommendation that he be suspended, what does the judge... Hold on, honey, I'll call you right back. He's looking at the bill. So when he is suspended by the special master, what is the judge's remedy at that point?
Gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has adopted the following conference committee reports: HB 9, 30 to 1, HB 30, 31 to 0, HJR 125, 30 to 1, SB 2627, 28 3. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you, sir.
Move adoption.
Mr. Jatan moves the House adopt the conference committee report for HB 3452. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Jatan voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 58 ayes and 84 nays, the conference committee report for HB 3452 fails to adopt. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SCR 59.
The chair lays out the following privilege resolution suspending limitations on the conferees for HB 3699. The clerk read the resolution.
HR 2507 by Wilson, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction, HB 3699.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an outside the bounds resolution for 3699, which has been printed and placed on your desk. It's been worked with Assorted Cities, TML, the Builders Association, again, a long list of cities and so forth. And essentially what it did, like the previous bill that I laid out, it essentially works to change language that's not necessary because it would have basically created some problems in, for example, the building of condominiums. Additionally, it removed the term plans from the platting status. Essentially, that the word plans is used in different ways and has different meanings pending where it is. It also allows for it also grants the right for an appeal for the application, and also it enables to extend the application period if both parties agree. And with that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Ms. Weiner voting aye. Mr. Pursuit voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 134 ayes and 3 nays. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up Conference Committee report on House Bill 3699.
The chair lays out the Conference Committee report on HB 3699. Recognize Mr. Wilson to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate attempted to amend the bill with language that basically was unacceptable to this body, so we brought it to how it was originally, as well as we made sure that we put in some additional languages from legislation that this House passed with significant numbers that the Senate didn't get to that is germane. And with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Wilson moves that the House adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 3699. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 139 ayes and 3 nays. The House adopts the Conference Committee report for HB 3699. The chair lays out the following privilege resolution. The clerk read the resolution.
HCR 126 by Wilson, authorizing technical corrections for HB 3699.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution authorizes a technical correction to correct a typographical error in House Bill 3699. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Members, we are currently waiting on Senate messages. The House will stand at ease until 9:30.